Well, this is an ungodly hour to be awake. But 14 servers are back up. The patch is in circulation. Let me just switch over to Samurai. And, put this in the graveyard. Because, Rip Kaiten. Do I have the lock on? Oh, yes I do. Rip Kaiten. Rest in peace, Kaiten. Not a samurai main, obviously, but rip. Anyways, it's not even a question mark now. It's not even using the old, Wow, that's an insult. At the very least, Blood of the Dragon and Dark Arts still have their, have their icons. That's an insult. Also, Dark Knight's so much better now. Either way, let's just go straight into this newfound adventure. Because I am not planning on wasting any time. I should have logged out at Revenant's Toll, but I actually haven't been playing the game a lot lately, so I'm really sad. Anyways, let's go. Let's go, come on. I had a lot of issues with Square Enix login servers earlier, actually, because I needed to reset my password. And I forgot that I put in a false birthday, which is part of the password changing process. And I don't remember what the false birthday put in was. Luckily, at the last minute, I just remembered what my password was. So, at a very last minute. Anyways, newfound adventure time. Let's go. Get ready for my voice acting chops again, even though I'm horrible at it. Somnus, how lovely to see you. If not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Yeah. Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Ooh, voice cutscene. I like that I have my little crown.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around.
Wow, it's so quiet, actually. Hold on, let me see if I can turn the volume up on the game. System sound. Oh yeah, definitely can turn that up.
Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
I'm still mulling it over.
I hope you weren't thinking of asking me for advice. Though if you are open to suggestions, I might have one for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
That's a great idea, but where to start?
Oh, with so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind.
Ooh.
Thavner. That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea now.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure it has pockets. I mean, have you seen my current outfit? Come on. I need them.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Why do you have to call me out? Okay, now I'm really getting drowsy.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
That's a new one. Yeah, that's a very new one. Newfound adventure.
you're awake. My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
So we're getting our newfound adventure outfit pretty early on in the story, huh? This time around. Okay, hold on. Let me actually check if I have my immerse on. Yes, I do. Yeah. I will confess here and now, though. If my reactions seem a little subdued at times, it's because I have major Kingdom Hearts brain rot, and KH4's announcement has completely taken over my entire fucking head. Alright, let me look at this. I'll try and not talk about that as much, at least while we're doing the story, but holy fuck. A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Does it just seem ready for a bold new adventure? I'm so glad you approve. So, what do I owe you? Oh, don't be silly. Your approval is payment enough. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anyone lost at adventures might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. Oh. I can hear it now. The merry clink clink of gills overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. We get the whole set, so nice. It's missing pants. That's my immediate thought, is that it's missing pants. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant. Or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Yeah. Collection expanded. The Unending Codex. Oh, wow. Okay. The Unending Codex is now available in the collection in the duty section of the duty menu. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the codex as you progress through the main scenario quests. Alright, let's put this shit on. Hold on. The boost we made and put in my inventory. And just empty that. Let me put all this on. past Glamour. Where is it? That'll be it, yeah. Wayfarer stuff, yeah. Wayfarer's fingerless gloves. Wayfarer's boots. Oh, there's also earrings and a necklace. Let's put on the necklace at the very least. There we go. Alright, let's do this. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best place to look and pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Fafnir, I suggest you explore your options at Miride's Mayhem, the finest drinking establishment in Razat. Charm the employees and they'll not only point you in the right direction of the local tale-tellers, but also share with you the tricks of loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Somnus, and may fair fortune find you. This is actually really reminiscent of Graha's outfit. I never noticed there were 2 summoning bells here for the retainer. I really like this outfit. It's motivation enough for me to want to actually probably finally finish Lizzie's story. Because my alt character Lizzie is still doing MSQ. But it might be motivation enough to use that. I mean, this is gonna revert back to Noctis eventually, but we'll keep this on for the NSQ at least. Why did I not just take the Ether? Well, I'm closer to it than I am to an Aephorite, so... Welcome to Miride's Mayhem. Mayhem. Something like that. I don't know. I can't fucking pronounce these things. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jaheen! I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Meride found out I took coin from Fafnir's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Being a hero pays still, I suppose. Yes. If the following events cannot be skipped, you may wish to cancel any pending duty for resolutions. And what may I do for you, my Orisian friend? Or just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Mirhide's finest. Enjoy. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jolene empties the cup in a single pull. That was very kind of you, sir, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it you want from me? Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurers at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Azaldal? He was Khan of the Ari tribe, which sailed to Favnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Razatan. His decision to aid the Arkasodaru is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concerned his grandson, Azaldal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap of Razatan's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches, others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there's the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Azaldal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the century since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razatan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle. Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Milil, another round for the professor. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh, today was a splendid day to visit the Mayane. Jolene gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Wait. Ah, yes. Those who did return from seeking treasure vault refused. I mean, flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts always served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. It reminds me of something Azam was saying. Azam is a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been saying since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I am no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell the tale, then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence! From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Milil! More of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Jolene drains yet another cup dry. Oh, he seems like a... I would say he seems like a lightweight, but those look like full-ass fucking quarts. So... Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of vault. It seems he could only get it from some merchant. Oh, what's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Hail! More drinks! Signal for water instead. Your drinks? Marvelous! I am parched. Jolene gulps down the cup of water. That was water! Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am in mind of the words of Master Jauzan. Be very wary of how much such a drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly unseemly antics. If you want to speak of Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Bahane's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Joheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you'll need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Alright, where's the giant mass of people surrounding the one guy? Yeah. Wow! Holy minions! Anyways. Over here. Yes, I am Azama. And who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Azaldal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sales ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And I looked in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Azaldal's third's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you, too. That appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I will not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zajal, I believe, is selling a map, which shows the exact route. But my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty. And within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Azaldal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness? So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
Yeah, no, I was pronouncing it completely wrong this whole time. Well, whatever. It's hard.
A map to Alzadal's legacy.
So he says. A fake, I'd wager. This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never return with that treasure alive. Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map. Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
Mr. Varlano. Didn't expect a face like yours in town. Actually, no, I totally did.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price? Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure.
He noticed.
But why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
I never took you for a treasure hunter.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavner what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Ah, nice soul philanthropy.
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Did you ever think I would say no? Naturally.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Estinian has been added to the Unending Codex. Nice. It's almost as if... you know, the previous fucking 5 expansions just didn't happen. And we don't know these characters. Dragoon. Anyways, actually I'm curious if this can die to look like Graha's outfit. Probably not, at least exactly. Yeah. It looks close though, definitely, doesn't it? You will recall I spoke of visiting Fafnir at Reacher's request. Well, he has finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsuya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiali and see if he can help us. Kinda had to go out there, right? I'm keeping the crown. I refuse to take off my crown. I could just teleport there, can't I? Not exactly. I'll travel by air. It just turned daytime too. Nice. I don't know if I should have my shaders on or not. Because the game looks beautiful with the shader on. The t-shirt. But I, honest to God, don't really find too much of a difference, really. For the stream's sake. It's just a great filter, really. I don't really care. I know a shit ton of people do care, though. Like, some people, after seeing this, cannot stand to look at the more anymore, but like, I don't know, the game still looks really beautiful to me, even without G-Shade. Of course, that's only gameplay G-Shade as well, not a screenshot G-Shade, which probably would be way more better looking, but also would be impossible to play with, so I ain't gonna try that. friends, what brings you to our humble village? We need a ship. For treasure. So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek out these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Vabner? You are. I know you are. If I've gone and cheated you, I work with... And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zashel, you see. The map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... Well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game. And I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out. For my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashel selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you. Maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please! I cannot bear the thought of... We could invite our comrades. That we could. And assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas for whom to approach? The Scions have scouted far and wide since our last gathering. Bankard and Urion J, they're traveling right now, so they might be around the area. Bankard and Urion J, eh? Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind, and I'm loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. That is true. Y'shtola? She's only one woman, but she's also on the other side of the world! Y'shtola? Her magics would be welcome addition, aye, but I'm loath to interrupt her research. Mayhap we could ask a less prickly companion. Gratia and Kryl? I mean, Graha would very much be interested in doing anything with me. Aye, Kryl may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you, is he though? Strong, I mean. Yes, very. What is your name, boy? Merat, sir. Well, Merat, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Alright, friends, what are Activate the quest whenever. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based in the Annex. Someone I ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, am I right? Do me a favor, don't stray from the path. I'm sure Graha at the very least would be desperate to come with me. So let's just compare outfits. See how similar this outfit is to Graha's. Because it does look similar, doesn't it? I suppose mechanically Grahatia also was probably the more sensible choice since he's the all-rounder. He can do anything. I miss this music so much. I'm going to miss it a whole shit ton more, by the way, because we're going to the Bodosian Annex now. Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall of Mistress Kyle. They've been holed up there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Not very similar, actually. Huh. Funny. Really only the gloves are.
Ah, Ojika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How's the restoration of the students coming on?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Vow.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Treasure hunting. You guys wanted a distraction? Treasure hunting.
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Oh man.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
Oh my god. He looks like he's about to whine.
Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Yeah.
Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Oh, there's some consideration.
Then might I suggest we invite Yestola?
You see, I did consider her, but Estinian's too scared.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the great gooooo library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day, We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
You see, that's what I tried to convince Justinian of earlier, but again, he was too scared to ask. Fair enough, honestly, considering that we both thought that she was still at the Great Gooball Library, so...
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Wait, isn't he with Fankrit, though?
He sent the students a request for materials, you see.
Okay.
Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
Oh. He'd be pretty interested in this then, huh?
From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here.
Oh, the Excitotron was it 4,000?
So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Yeah, of course. The classic warrior of, punching,
Safe travels,
knuckle.
you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
And I would very much like to do
Right.
that, too.
Then it's off to the library.
Reminiscent, but not the same. It's crafted by the same hand. So. Our outfits. I really like how this outfit actually has a little... Oh, the tail doesn't quite fit through it. It fits in motion, so I suppose that works. Oh, Wandering Minstrel probably has Final Days Extreme, huh? Graha and Cryo in the Unending Codex. Graha is an all-rounder. Cryo is just a mage. Not a black or white mage, just a mage. Tachiru is a coin collector. That's interesting. They have job classifications. Fucking pudding way. Everything alright over here? You're still, you seem to be lost. I can't seem to see you anywhere. Ah, there you are. Is she sleeping? Oh, that's cute.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Well, it's not like she's in a rush.
Close my eyes for one moment.
The music just cuts off.
How long have you two been here?
Catching up with some light reading.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past.
Well,
A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it.
seems someone else beat you to it.
So I promised Runar. But 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Al-Zadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world.
Surprised they
If
don't
those
have any
tales
in
are
these
true,
books.
then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Once we get
At
Uriange.
Kiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Uriange as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
The little mammoth. He's got a lot of work ahead of him. Y'shtola, Hydaelyn, the reflections in the Crystal Tower, all added. Y'shtola, sorceress. Hydaelyn, primal. Reflections. Crystal Tower. Gotcha. Thalmazane is down there. Okay, I'm just gonna go. No, the Firebird is not what I was expecting to pull out there, but whatever.
Ah, our illustrious champion.
Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure.
I wonder if I'm not wearing this outfit, would they notice? Or would they say the same thing regardless? I wonder.
I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Wasn't Fankred with you? Or wasn't Fankred with you?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids have been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperids now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
Makes sense.
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
Stands to reason.
But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
We have just a thing that'll help you and the Loperids out. An actual treasure vault.
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long has it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
I'm gonna feel real bad about benching one of you.
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
I'm gonna feel especially bad about benching you, Fankred. Fuck, you just came out of nowhere.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
You're looking well.
That's because we didn't travel by experimental etherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seen fit to gather?
Treasure hunting.
Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say?
I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory. Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits. Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
One of you
We
is
may
gonna have to be
been
benched
released
anyways.
from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters.
Yeah, I was about to mention, we might as well be reforming the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. That might be concerning.
I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again. Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Jaw will meet 4 once he sees I brought free people. Akiali! Alright, let us go fish. On our expedition. Urion J. Fankard wasn't added to the codex, but Urion J was. Huh. And of course he's astrology. But Fankard wasn't added. Even though we met him. I mean, at this point of the fucking video game, we know of all of them by now. It's just... Duty support. What? Oh, is this what they're calling the trust system now? Oh no, I can still open up trust. What's this for? Duty support manual. Oh, trust. Duty support manual. You may challenge a dungeon via 2 different methods, by calling upon the support of trusty NPCs or by forming a party with other players. Player parties may be performed or assigned via Duty Finder. No matter what method you choose, the duty that awaits you will offer comparable difficulty and experience. By choosing duty support under the duty in the main menu, or by accessing the entrance of any applicable duty, you can summon a team of NPC allies to assist you. NPC parties will be automatically balanced to suit your current class or job. Once you have made your preparations, select register for duty and ready yourself for battle. Once you have registered and your duty is available, a prompt window will be indicated by a notification sound and appear. Begin duty by selecting commence. Over the course of your adventures, the number of duties available to you will gradually increase should you encounter a duty for which NPC support is not available. Ask the duty finder to team up with other players instead. You may also re-challenge previously cleared dungeons by using the duty finder or duty support, both accessible via the duty. When challenging main scenarios dungeons of level 71 and above, you may choose your favorite support NPCs for to form your party. Click on the menu. Okay. So... Huh. I guess they're putting this here. Because this is technically not trust, since they're not the story NPCs. Okay, that makes sense. That's interesting. I also have Adventurer Plate. Adventurer Plates allow you to share character information on a profile of your own design. Other adventurers' plates can be viewed by accessing subcommands for targeting. Okay. I'll look at that later. Portraits. I'll play with this after main story. I send you to return I send you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I called it. I hope Matthias' boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the task to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Azadol the Third. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? But what of the treasure he is supposed to be brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond what we know, beyond that we know not. Not until we find the night. Let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Quest accepted. Azadol's legacy, now accessible. Of course we're gonna do that with trusts. NPCs. We've got... I'd feel bad for benching you, Urion Jade, but Graha is an objectively better healer. Alright. This will be fun. I wonder if you can play with a mix of player characters and NPCs. I wonder, but I know it's not the case, I'm sure. Very dungeony. Since I've actually played, especially playing on tank. I need to get the rust out of my system. Breaker's all about time limit, so... This may be a little... Especially like the effects and whatnot. Yeah, it might be loud. Let me turn down the volume of the game real quick. Just up by a bit. That should be manageable enough. I don't even know how audible I was during that whole sequence, I'll be honest. Ooh, fuck! Alright. Should probably be using my cooldown. I suspect our first boss will be around next time. Jesus fucking Christ, I forgot how much of a badass Gestalt can be. That looks like a boss fight. I like the intro. Oh shit, I haven't actually been reading any of the press dialogue. This time. Just getting it. Time to learn just how authentic our map truly is. Yeah, then it begins. The good work magic once more. I should probably set that right as the Rage opened up. But the invisibility spell removed. Oh, come on. My number 4. Get out of there, but... Okay. I am small bowling for the trust's sake, though, so... They only single target still. Put all that effort into making with a single player experience. NPCs don't do AoEs. To be fair, AoE is kind of baked into their combos somewhere now. Since some of their big skills do AoE damage. But they don't have AoE rotation. Which is why big pulls are nearly impossible. Here we go, our first boss. Ambujam! My, what dense ether this creature has. Oh, no other comments. Big blade. Oh. Oh no. Oh, that's the ruby weapon mechanic. Oh goodness, that is the ruby weapon mechanic. Fuck.
Away with you!
Well, I suppose that is, it is dungeon on Saturday.
You underestimate me!
That's the party bus. We have a constant bleed up. Not a constant, but it implies bleed. Alright, maybe one time. Oh, does it centralize around where it ends up? Oh, yes, it does. That's mean to tanks, but I think I get it now. It's less a Ruby weapon. It would probably be a nightmare if it was verbatim weapon mechanic, but still reminiscent.
I'll take your route.
Jesus Christ, you guys. I didn't put you guys in AoE, did I? Let's see. If only it had been a squid. Imagine all the dried rations. I'd rather not. Oh look, is that a teleporter? Oh, what do we got? Battle dance materia, that's it. Some crusted teleporter. Ah, really is a teleporter. Was it straight up a teleporter, or? Yeah, it just teleported us. Glyph of patches detected, confirming bearer's identity. Look, we're under the bounty. Then our map was no fake after all. Let's do some exploring then. Oh, wow. This is a whole ass palace. Neat. Bounty cracker. I mean, it's good single target damage at the very least on mobs. Whoa, goodness. Unrecognized ethereal signature. Brazen thief, you will proceed no further. Oh. Oh, thank you. Steady and focus that man. I'm gonna focus on the mobs. Oh, goodness. Hey, I really prefer if you dealt with it like now. It'd be really nice for that thing to go down. I suppose in a real dungeon we would probably be able to destroy that thing before all these guys come. Could be some good shooting tech. That's nice. Engagement. Oh, I'm probably gonna make you very mad at DPS. I'm gonna put that up. Let my regions take a little more. These are like weaklings though, so I suppose it's not really the end of the world if all of them happen to spawn. I undershoot the map. Only to realize that the map is not fully mapped out yet. This is a new dungeon. Alright, trying to do a better job at trying to get this one down. Not a very hard it's a pretty hard DPS track right now. Possible, probably. So, I'm not expecting to. Hey, it is possible. And we only have these things to worry about. Neat. There will come a time when we can out DPS it before it brings in the first batch. But that would require probably several patches in the future of the year. Already on our second boss. A formidable looking foe. Be on your guard. Gonna wait on cooldowns. Luckily, I'm NPCs, so no one's really waiting for me. Go. Turn back, treasure seeker, or this vault will be your tomb. Ow, 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 ow. I see. I see. Okay, alright. Stay away from where his shields are. So, okay. That might be a tank buster. Party buster, actually. Technically, I get the idea. I'm sure me as a Dragoon will probably die so badly to that. Like this. No. Close. That was close. This seems to be a pretty fast pace for killing this thing. You stole moving as little as possible, I see. Ow. So little, in fact, I didn't think I needed to move there. Yeah, we're kind of shredding this thing. To be fair, it also seems like this is kind of not a lot of mechanics to really take. You can just kind of turn it throughout a lot of the fight. That's the tank buster. That's a cleave. That did not hurt. Your greed will prove your undoing. Now another obstacle overcome. Hey, we have these. They're not better than what I have currently. Let's see what the full gear looks like later. Or actually, no, it's on the website. I normally don't really go for dungeon gear for glam, so... Aye, there should be more than to cover the price for that. How much did you pay for it anyway? Right. If there's anything about Estinian that we should know, it's that don't trust him with money. Ah, yikes. Also fucking god tier DPS as well. Or not really DPS, just damage in general, not DPS. There's so much gold everywhere. So we're basically there. There are yet more rooms beyond? There's more. Oh, that's a big guy. Does he have friends? Oh, yes, he does. Expecting this is the last bowl. I mean, that's mainly because of the wall. So this dungeon is starting to overstay its welcome a little. We have more than just double bowls this time, right? Triple, quadruple bowls. Very much reminding me of like a Stormblood dungeon almost, actually. I mean, of course it would remind me of like Scala and whatnot. It's literally the exact same storyline as Scala, but like the dungeon design in itself is reminiscent of Scala and other Stormblood dungeons. At least from where I'm sitting. Alright, let's see the cutscene for this guy. Hidden wall. Or hidden hallway. Treasure Wars. Mapping the realm, Alzadol's legacy. Tis wrapped in ether and build silks. Alright. Warning, this vault is under my protection. Failure to withdraw will invite chastisement. Spikes. Spin and fumble, stumble and fall. Oh. Whoa. Oh! We playing Mario Party now! Leave now and live, this is your final warning. How dignified. Playing Mario Party here. power surge. Oh. Yeah, no, that tracks. You have chosen death! Awesome. Okay, so... Ah! Ah, the spikes don't hurt all that much. Everyone else is moving impeccably, though. Oh, good. Fuck. Oh, you don't want to be stuck in them, though. Everyone's ashamed of themselves for being spun like that. That's cute. We're choosing greens now, so we have to go to the yellows. I'm pretty far away though, those are big areas. And then we have to separate.
Allow me.
Alright, we did it. Hey, the joy emote! Back. Hang on, Jay. Sorry for mentioning you. Anyways, let's open this up. Trousers of Skeleton. Alright.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshar?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Sealing what away, exactly?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Vreecha has been added to the Unending Codex. Satrap of Raza. Let's look at everybody's dialogues for this. I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? Even in the learned halls of Charlie, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. I expect you have more questions. Okay. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That's worrying emptiness. It puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Right, kiss the Crystal Tower. So is the next arc gonna be about the void?
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia past, when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat, and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void, thus bolstered by icons on one side and Voidsent on the other. The two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes.
Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, but Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. You chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
The first brood in Ether has been added to the Unending Codex. Millennia have passed since I last saw her, but I see a Jaya memory still, clear and vivid. The 13th, what chaos must consume her? For Reacher's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Justinian. His half been of life entwined with sorrow, even before he became a host in its existence. I wondered how much of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no choice of a passage. Now I have my answer. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a cat. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible, and to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the construct can be repaired, we will be happy to offer assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate Guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Rotterdam. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the gooooo has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post, along with a few lesser constructors. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy, yet roams free. I guess we're gonna have to, confess up, huh? Who wants to say it? Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secured once more. Now, I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void sense, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Elfino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After such experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which the magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process had long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Astaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest a centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? To see if the legends were true. As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior line. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We have no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you in yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in my study, but the Loporits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Cryle was eager to speak with you as about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You will not be rid of me so easily. I wouldn't dream of it. You may now undertake the Chronicles of New Era quest series Myths of the Realm. Speak with a fresh-faced student at the Baldician Annex to accept the first quest. Well, we'll do that later. difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you send me your assistance in these deliberations? Of course. Thank you, Somnus and I are in this. Somnus and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but was not instigated from this side. 'Twas thrown upon, open from the other. I, too, felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have waited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was too feeble a wisp to be dispersed by some fresh flesh and blood mortal. Let him come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling grasp for his breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on the struggles beneath the sunless sky. Remember why we see, not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. So that's the next big bad. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit the most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the Satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Somnus, you are to visit Agyali and Yedalman. Speak with Matsia and his people and listen to their grievances. Stilian, I bid you do the same at Poundcast 10. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megatuta. Somnus, I was so glad to see you returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, yes? What do you guys need over here? I mean, money, sure, but anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Gozal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to build out their lives. But now, we're just banding together as best we can. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Vavnir, then you must try my special Amra Lassie. It's fresh and zesty and upbeat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to go as low as to even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing. Still not turning a profit these days? Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still stifling through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back at the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. But if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Money? Okay. Mainly people. Big concern. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger is past, certainly, but no smaller number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kalzal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God rest his soul. Get you. Damn. Back the rods. Alright, let's make a do that. I wish we're coming back here. This is a really cool part of the map that nobody goes to normally because it's so far away from everything else. Ah, my advisor's returned. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least, and there are a few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. I suppose that would be it, yeah. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palkistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources are stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yetelmod. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Palkistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a few wagons of giant's gold to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between, compared to our best years. The weight of stone leaving Vavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Gyali and Yedamon? Much the same. Especially the death of Kalzal being a big concern. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedamon. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic fate and tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. Sumnus, Serene, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I'd like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadar's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedamon. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Battleshire's orphanage was funded through trade in highly coveted goods.
Of course. We can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of our Zadar's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Kazal seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Kazal should be remembered not as the blasphemy which terrorized Daphne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Narad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler. Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary. Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Sharing the love. Minions, please. Bridging the rift. Thank you for putting forth Kazal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished his study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? I shall go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before I assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. That's a cute outfit.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many void sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. Upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that void scent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No, the danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you
I'm
not
a
listening
willing
to
man,
my
right?
tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive, and I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
So much for taking it easy.
Since when were you one for the quiet life? Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent.
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daimir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum. and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not gooooo, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
With Graha's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charleon.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Alright. I don't know when, but eventually I'm gonna help Saxus do the dungeon as well, so we may have to put a pause on the main story if that comes sooner rather than later. But you know, we're not completely unfamiliar with the idea of parting from the main story for just a little bit to help someone else. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission to the forum. First, however, we need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind. What if Scholar Montigny? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Your stall is now accompanying you. And, let's see what she says normally. If I was pressed to name our allies in the forum, Scholar Montigny would certainly be at the top of our list. Hopefully, he agrees to aid us with our request. Hopefully. Oh hey, they're marking the talking parts, the little conversation pieces on the map, so I don't need to search for them. God, I miss this music so much. It's I've been playing this game with music off for the past couple of months, so it's been a long time since I actually properly heard the soundtrack. That is, if I even play this game really much at all. So yeah. I'm sure I'll turn off the music later again to play my own music. But, I mean, like... The music here is part of the reason why I fucking, like, just AFK in this game, instead of, like, raid or whatnot. Just so I have, like, this background music in this game. Discuss the studium. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7, and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Even at Vanquard, as I recall, soon after Master Louis Swallow took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. So neither of you have fucking... Oh no, the image of Fank representing his thesis is, it's not canon, huh? Rip. Anyways, I sometimes wonder what my life would have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures. Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. I mean, literally in your case. What was the other one? Should I wonder as well? Oh, never mind me. It was just an idle thought. Okay. It seems that I would get more friendship points if I chose the first option then, huh? Huh, not as many people here. Ah, visitors! And quite esteemed ones, at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scarlark, but we are hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no fortunate forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? We're trying to make a demon. Not summon one! But, arguably, just as bad. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Demir has laid dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, but I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet, I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to prevent you request for the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Four should know, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there's no denying that having Master Fortune on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is a very bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Slarlock. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. Oh, she's still walking with us, huh? Master Shane seemed optimistic, but I doubt convincing Fortunato to champion our cause will be as simple as showing up on his doorstep. True. Do we not? Wait, I should probably confirm whether or not. Okay, main scenario roulette still exists, but nobody's gonna play it anymore, it seems. 1 to 4 players, yeah. Holy shit, DPS is in need for 3 things at once! It's a Christmas miracle. Anyways, there's no conversation points if you show up right now, so let's just go straight to the Livier Estate. It's probably where we unlocked the Alliance thing as well. The custom delivery. Of which, yeah, I haven't touched any of this. I've really only been fishing, and that's really only for maps. House Livier Butler. Ah, Master Somnus, Master Yisrola. Mistress Yisrola. How may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortune now. Is he home, by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well, Alliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Montaigne expressed much the same sentiment, I assure you. Will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother, and this is his sister. He was his guardian and his friend. She was his guardian and his friend. A selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But a brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue, all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones, and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldician Annex. Are you still up? Oh wait, no, she's still following me. The matter is out of our hands. All that remains is for us to return to the Annex and await word of the Forum's decision. Also, for should know that Charlian Forum representative does his job. I'm gonna check another thing as well. No more Cape Westwind. It seems. So we have Porta Decumana, which is the ultimate weapon fight. I wonder if cutscenes are cutscenes still unskippable in these queue downloads. Alright, you should this. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that his student was the petitioner in question, well, a few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye. But that very stoicism is exactly what Charlian needed to guide her through not one but two exoduses. And she has lost again! That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. If you want to speak with the index page when you arrive, it's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you all for your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Still is now accompanying you again. Oh, that means I can't take the teleport. Oh, for goodness me, there's a shit ton of people. talking points, but let's talk to her normally first. Come along, Somnus. Numenon is, and its forbidden wisdom awaits. It's starting to become morning again. Young old man. Very much like a Metal Gear Solid villain. Here's the sunrise. There's a talking point like right in front of the library here. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist, but yawns away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Azrael's Third's exploits sooner, I could have well saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Arkadyestola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Okay. I ain't planning on using a candle. I'm just a party member.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Journal. Let's look at this. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant here. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Great, glad to know that the Lawyer of Light enjoys reading smut. So many books I've yet to read. Yes, we are here for one specific volume. You needn't remind me. Oh, man. Weighty tone. Let's skim this real quickly. In the year 1564 of the 6th Astral Era, the Amalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is surprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagecy? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And If it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins at the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rifts spanning apertures, as devised by Nuhashan, the ninth patriarch of House Daimir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlian's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. You still will need to make the final translation. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Oh, trust me, I was almost in your position. But here you go. Well done, Somnus. I think you may have found a prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Daimir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures, a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales.
I think I fought like 2, maybe, at least.
And still, House Daimir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Eorzea has been added to the Unending Codex. And the Seventh Trumpet. As much as I'd love to start crafting the Athanos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in the House Dimir project. Our business here is concluded, for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron more disabled, security more mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. I say we return to Fafnir and look for the great work. We're about to do the dungeon again for Saxus, so putting the thing on break. I can see Ren! Yeah, Saxus just mentioned that we can now see friends from other worlds, or from other data centers. And that's true, I can see Ren! He's in Malboro, but I can see him. I wonder who Vis unable to retrieve is though. Maybe it's a deleted character. Or maybe it's someone that, like, removed me from their friends list as well. I wish I had leveled up my Dark Knight to 90 before patch so I can check out its changes. I mean, I technically can now still, because its changes really didn't change much after level 80, because before level 80 really was where the majority of the changes were, so... Should be more fun leveling that anyways. Now. Let's do this real quick. Alright, let's see if this healer can handle big pulls, because I'm gonna do this with big pulls for the first time. What's up? Not gonna lie, I feel a little exhilarated. That's a pretty low health bar. What I expect, it's a big pull. It's also loud again. I suspect it's probably just because of all the effects. So let me actually maybe quell that by turning down effect noise specifically. Oh, right. That's not the, I hope I can avoid that. Okay, great. This is a lot though, so we're doing good. Fiora might have popped over an explosion early, though. That or I just didn't notice it was there before. For a while. Oh yeah, we can theoretically go really through this dungeon really quickly. I probably shouldn't like go into assuming that you can probably get it. That would be really impossible. I know I didn't. But it doesn't take much to get what's going on. This is a huge arena. That big AoE with the pinnacles. Not very nice. all Malefic looks like. Thought it was a Reaper skill. Thought Saxus was doing that, and then I saw the Astro doing the animation. Sure. I like that. Agree, but I don't need it. I even marked it for them. None of them touched it. They just saw the bigger group of enemies and was like, oh, kill. That pull would not have been nearly as fucking nerve-wracking as it probably should have been. Bat thing, kill. Alright, we got Robot Boy now. Ooh, actually that's a pretty cool necklace. I'll read it. I won't get it. I already have one of those. glad I'm tanking this and I don't have to worry about the signal. Better than overgathering. Wait, no, I have it of swaying, not a fin. Take it for the glamour. Yours here? No triple or quadruple. Okay. Big balls nonetheless. Oh, Mike's there. The way I have my mic set up now, I also punch it. Trying to get to my keyboard. I should have saved arms like this. It's just about to come back in like 4 seconds. Just gotta live for that long. That goes double actually, it seems. So we'll feel how to do it now, but just to say, hey, I'm a good tank. I assume the ninja's like if I take one more step scenario. Okay. This is actually good practice for me as well, since I need practice on the controls of the spinning mechanic. Not as the controls for that are not as tight as I would like, but what I expect. Basically, I need to come into my turns way earlier than I think I should. Happen, Rose. Maybe a god tank. Not to alarm it. Bump him out, actually? No. Forget. Ooh, the music! Oh, I rolled terrible. Do I have any of the, like, friend thing emotes? Doesn't look like it. I didn't really recruit into do the recruit a friend. I got the comms because of course I did. Alright, with that I'm also gonna go get a drink real quick. This real quickly. We're almost done with the story, I am sure. From what I saw in the patch notes, there wasn't really that many quests. Then again, these quests are kind of substantial, so... What else did they add? Did they add a trial? No, actually, because we might not actually be close if we haven't actually reached the trial yet. I don't think they did though. Let's see, we have Myths of Realm. We have more role quests. The expansion of if you did all the other ones, which I'm pretty sure I did most of them on this character. The only one I haven't done is physical range DPS, I think. Or healers as well. It's very possible I haven't done healers yet. Doesn't look like we have a new trial though, so. Yustola tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. Yeah. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters! This is the mark of House Demir! I never even knew such a work existed. Theo should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. She looks proud. It was! But that means every word within it is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it! Well, these scholar types are all of one mind, I guess. To think that the mirror were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes 1,000 times yes! Work on a Demir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlian trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the Great War could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouth simulacrum once we've built it? So there is a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of the man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Charlian's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you'll need go no further than the front of Maya. Yes, critics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Reacher to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Huh. Hunts are back on. Now that people are, back online for the patch, everyone's doing hunts. So I'm seeing a lot of hunt callouts right now. Do you have that flask on me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you so much. Spell speed. Void Fury. Look who I came across. Justinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let's make way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matea's blood again? What? Not this time. Once you still informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Argyali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? The ship is now yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. The hunt train's over. Looking at some of the patch notes because I actually missed out on a couple. Oh shit, I haven't actually bought a house yet. I could do that later. I'm not really rushing for Imperium housing right now. Just glad to know.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence, but I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Maybe send a familiar?
Very good. I see you've been paying attention. As Vitra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
Oh.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Oh, Stidian.
ocean rise, and cloudbank form. From mountain spring and rainfall storm. From river flow and life be born. Water, water, froth and foam!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
I love you, Estinian, so much. But no, she's not possessed. I know exactly what's happening
come
here.
now, that was adorable.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
Yep.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void sense slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Frost and foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Estinian. I fear she's been possessed.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Well, this tracks.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
The poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
God damn it. If only I had a real gun.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Well, they're both gone. They were cute while they lasted.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Unakalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Unakalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion.
I can tell you there were. The barmaid at the Wandering Stairs.
The server, Ciela, wasn't it? And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns?
She was also Artbert's companion.
I see. So Ciela, or rather Silver, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Unakalha. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
Hell. It's hell. People there don't know what the fuck they're doing, man.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
Yeah.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Once Nidana succeeds in replicating the Malkatomos, the door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I, at least, had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged period of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do you know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. Come on, he's begging for it. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experience to hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Rauga's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Literally, like, one of my favorite lines in Endwalker was like, whenever when we invited everybody to help build the Ragnarok, and Sid's like, you're out here building a spaceship to the edge of the universe and you didn't even think to invite me. Still one of my favorite lines in all of Endwalker. Somnus, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually. Assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly! I'll see if he has a moment free. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find the lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after meeting you on that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around and scratch on the surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as to not impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled the data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jesse in a constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nadana is getting on with the mock aftermaths. I might need to lay down after this. Sorry to space out all. This is like a 4-hour long patch. I'm going at molasses though, so.
Ah, hey Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Radzat Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire?
We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnir safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet,
Now you listen to me, Varshan. You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
To protect them well, you must take heart.
take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzadhan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnir for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care, and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Reacher reach this conclusion.
'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believe in the powers racked by some unnatural storm.
What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void.
When I was with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and a soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoska's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Ritra that pain, then I will follow you.
Any other former scions we should call on? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ajzaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you've preparations to make it ere we venture into the 13th, now's the time.
All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass time before we depart. know what this means to me, Somnus, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. Yes, I know. I'll take the crit. Meanwhile, in the 13th... Oh, come on! I knew he isn't dead, but like, come on! If that isn't who I think it is, then fucking hell. But it has to be. Yes, it is, isn't it? Oh, come on. I mean, he was looking a little more fucked up than I think he would be, though.
To be smiled, bereft of senses.
I mean, if he is who I think he is, I'm pretty sure. Let paths unwalked, adventures spur, pulses quicken, spirits stir. Oh, they're not gonna drop. Newfound adventure. That gives us a title, right? Newfound adventurer. Yep. Anyways, that's all the MSQ, huh? Okay. I'm gonna... do the Myths of the Realm in a bit. I'm going to possibly take a shower first, honestly. Maybe lay down a little bit as well, and then we'll return to, doing more of the patch content. I think it's just MSQ and Myths of Realm, right? Or at least it seems to be that case. That seems to be the case. I mean, a bunch of like miscellaneous features as well. But yeah, that seems to be the case. So that's fine. As well as rogue quests as well, but I need to actually do the rogue quests. Anyways, yeah, yeah, I'll let K here, put up the free screen, yada yada yada, whatever. When we're back, we're gonna do 24 mans. Alright, new 24 mans. Let's go. Alright, let's go. It starts in Old Charlotte. Okay. Quest starts over here. Mission Mordana. Ah, Somnus, welcome back. Are you perchance here to see Cryo? I'm given to understand she has a task for which she desires your assistance. Then I shall fetch her at once. Pray, wait a moment. Somnus, my thanks for coming. If you're now available, I'd like you and Raha to assist me in the task I had mentioned. For you to call on Somnus, I assume the task in question is somewhat more exciting than sorting through paperwork, which I am pleased to add I have finished. So if Somnus is ready, then so am I. Our adventure to the bounty has only served to whet my appetite for fieldwork. Not to oversell things, but I suspect you won't be disappointed. Ere I divulge the details, however, permit me to provide some background. And as you know, our organization, with students of Baldusian, was founded by my grandfather, Galuf. Our stated mission was to uncover the mysteries of Heidelin and interpret her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. We've since learned the whole truth, and it might be said that we fulfilled our mission, but our work is far from over. In the course of our endeavors, we've also sought to devise countermeasures against threats that come to light. Our involvement with the Warring Triad is an example of such. It is my belief that in continuing to seek out the unknown and in dealing with threats, we best carry on the students' mission. We best honor those we lost when the Isle of Val was destroyed. Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. In saying all this, I simply wanted to clarify our organization's purpose for our new age. In line with said purpose, I've been revealing new requests, and one in particular jumped out at me. It comes from none other than Rumbrose, of the Sons of St. Koinak. Truly? Has something happened in Mordona then? So it would seem, and he wishes to entrust the matter to us. While his missive is sparse on details, he writes that it lies beyond the Sons' expertise. Uncharted territory are the exact words he used. I'd like you to meet with Rumbrose and conduct a preliminary survey. What say you? Wonderful. When you are ready, pray make your way to Revenant Toll. I shall let Rumbrose know to receive you there. I must remain here to oversee your operations, But should it transpire that more hands are needed, don't hesitate to send word. Well, there's no time like the present. If you could go on ahead to Revenant's Toll, I shall make ready and be on my way. Very awesomeness. 'Twould seem we're early. My apologies for the wait. Bros, what a pleasure to see you again. How have you been? The pleasure's all mine, my friend. I've been well, and it gladdens me to see that you are too. Now, I know you have many demands upon your time, so I shall explain the particulars of our request at once. Recently, an explorer came to us who claimed to have discovered the Phantom Realm. The Phantom Realm? So, this is what you meant by uncharted territory. You're not familiar? Perhaps unsurprising, given that it's a lesser-known legend. This legend holds that across Eorzea there exists a realm that appears as a mirage. Though visible from a distance, it fades away as one draws near. While it has featured in myth since ancient times, the realm's existence could not be proven, and thus it is seldom mentioned in literature. In spite of this, fueled by rumors of the occasional sighting, the myth has persisted and continues to capture the hearts and minds of explorers. That you yourself should reach out to us, it is real. When first the explorer in question approached us, we doubted him, but we couldn't doubt the evidence of our senses. Nay, the realm is real, as you will soon see for yourselves. Good gods, a part of me still struggles to believe it, but we have no reason to doubt you. Suffice it to say, we are eager to see the realm too. Whatever the truth awaits, I pray you succeed in finding it. Seek out the explorer, one Derek. He has seen more of the realm than us, and should be willing to serve as a guide. I asked him to accompany me here, but he preferred to continue exploring on his own. He is still somewhere near the banks of Silvertear Lake, I expect. Understood. All thanks, Rembros. Come, let us split up and look for our explorer. I'm taking a while to load here. I suspect I'm Raphaelos. Point of interest. The explorer doesn't appear to be in the area. Oh. Maybe you. You see a small Oppo. It couldn't possibly be the explorer, could it? Oh, that scared me. Just in case you were entertaining the thoughts on this, that Oppo isn't our explorer. I have the man in question here with me. I'm Derek, the one who discovered the Phantom Realm. My apologies for making you search for me. Curious about this creature, aren't you? I found him injured during one of my journeys and tended to him. Since then, he has taken to following me around. He's inquisitive, but otherwise harmless, so pray pay him no mind. You're the hero who delivered our star from Tomb, are you not? What good fortune that one as capable as you should lend his aid. To be clear, our organization has yet to accept the commission. Before we can make a decision, we would conduct a preliminary survey. Will you guide us to the Phantom Realm? Of course. I will show you to the entrance at once. The gate to the realm long dreamed of by explorers. What are you? Impressive, isn't it? When the gate manifested, so too did this magic, allowing one to walk thus upon water. This is just like Uriange's spell. Someone conceived the means to do this at will. An intriguing individual. It's perfectly safe, I assure you. Come. You truly can walk here. What magic is this? By what means is it perpetuated? Forgive me. Let us continue on. Whoa. Beyond follows. To think that the entrance would lie over Silvertier Lake. There's nothing out of the ordinary with the environment. The sights, the sounds, the smells, all appear as they should be in nature. That is to say, this place is no illusion. I bid you welcome to the navel of the Phantom Realm, beyond follows. Beyond follows, you say this place is called? And I have my own conception, I confess. I felt we needed something to call it by. Lest you wonder, the word means navel in an ancient tongue, an allusion to Mordona's location at the heart of Aldenard. As you can see, there are man-made structures, and the place appears well kept, yet bears not a single soul in evidence. 'Tis my hope that you will help me shed light upon this realm, to learn who created it and to what end. I should also like to know why it has revealed itself now. Was it simply chance that kept it hidden, or something more? In any case, let us begin by taking a look around. Vantage point. I can see the Crystal Tower from here. In the distance, you see what appears to be the Crystal Tower, though the clouds make it difficult to be sure. It would seem that you're in the sky above Silvertier Lake. No such isle could be seen from the outside, however. Mysterious monument. Is this an aephorite? The stone monument has been erected here, by whose hand you cannot say, but the motifs wrought into its base appear familiar. See what God has to say about this. The Opo Opo seems quite at home, would you say? How many times has Dad come here? A number of structures such as this can be seen in the area. What purpose could they possibly serve? The architecture is unlike anything seen in Eosia. Truly exquisite stuff. Let's see. Finished looking around, have you? What are your impressions? We have only had a cursory glance. But this is truly a marvelous place. Sorry, I had to deal with a couple bots in the stream. Anyways, the gleaming spire rising above beyond the clouds. That is most certainly the Crystal Tower. And judging by its aspect, we are a considerable distance above Silvertear Lake, which would suggest the gate we entered is a teleporter. However, if this isle lies where it appears to lie, then it couldn't have escaped the battle of Silvertear skies unscathed. Which is to say that we are in Mordona, and yet we are not. 'Tis as if we were displaced from our world, if only slightly. Displaced is an apt way to put it. Was there aught else you've noticed? Aye, the motifs upon yonder structure. They are unmistakably the marks of the 12. By which I posit that this was created to be a place of worship. But by whom? I cannot think of any who could have possibly built such grand premises. Never mind the magically concealed. At least not in the wake of the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Why, this is a mysterious place indeed. Well, it seems there's but one solution for our ignorance: a thorough investigation. For this, we will require more manpower and supplies, among other things. With your permission, we will confer with our representative, Cryo, and make the necessary arrangements for a formal investigation. If that is what must be done to commence your work in earnest, then by all means. Without further ado, then, let us return to Charlemagne. Hold, mortals! You profane the sacred realm with your very presence, and must answer for your irreverence. I am Baragot, the Builder. Birkot? then the 12 are real. Let there be no doubt. We are not simulacra born of mortal faith. Nay, we 12 are divinities true. And in Heidelin's absence, we are the star's rightful rulers. Its will. Closely, we have watched mankind. And we have determined that you, champion of Heidelin, pose a threat to our ascension. You are foolish to wander into our realm. We could destroy you with ease here and now. But as divinities, we must demonstrate grace and forbearance. There's but one path. We must weigh this mortal's worth. Hear, hear! Let there be a trial! While the mortal would invariably be destroyed, it would at least provide us with a diversion. What? You suddenly appear and expect us to simply comply with your whims? Protest if you wish, but mortal logic means naught to gods. You abide by our laws. Lo, the gateway to our sanctums lies open. Show us the strength of mankind. Show us the honor of mankind. Show us the spirit of mankind. If man would remain the master of its own destiny, then assemble your comrades and come. Come and prove your worthiness. Seven hells! During my previous forays, nothing like this ever happened. I encountered not a single soul, and certainly not gods. And by their own admission, they mean to take over the star. What are we to do? The situation has indeed taken an unexpected turn, but we must try to think clearly. The 12 have long been revered and worshipped in Eosia, and myths about them abound. But to my knowledge, they have never thus appeared so openly before people. For these beings to suddenly reveal themselves just when we're here, claim supremacy over the star, and challenge Somnus to a trial. Too much about this feels odd. It gives me pause. Fair enough. Yet as it stands, it seems we can't dismiss that threat either. Gaius von Belsar once said that the 12 too were simply primals. It is true that even Heidelin and Zodiac were primals, and we cannot discount the possibility, but we know too little to draw conclusions. In any event, if these beings seek dominion over the stars, they say, what happens here may have far-reaching implications. To that end, I believe we should take action. Suffice it to say, you are with me? Then the students of Balusian will officially tend to the situation. Aye, in the course of studying the star's mysteries, we have undertaken to deal with any threats that may arise. This is no different. Right, let's deliberate a course of action. Derek, know you aunt of these beings' sanctums? Aye, they are domains in the Phantom Realm that lie beyond each gate. I've explored them all. Perhaps due to etheric instability, there are times when one can enter when ordinarily one cannot. But it would seem the way has been open for us. While I encountered no gods during my previous forays, I saw enough to know my way around. I am but a humble explorer, cannot contend with gods. But if you would be willing to protect me, I will serve as a guide. Assemble your comrades, Bergoth Bavis. As strong as I know you are, we know little less about our foes. Neither their strength nor their true nature. It would be decidedly reckless to face them by ourselves. Nay, we must choose an approach that affords us the best chance at victory. To that end, this time I shall work behind the scenes, while you set forth to answer the gods' challenge. I will do what I can in my capacity as a student. For one, it would behoove us to arm ourselves with knowledge about the 12, and I shall begin by praising cry of the situation. But thus utilizing our resources to the fullest, we shall overcome whatever trials await. I agree. 23 over guys might be a little bit overcompensating, but hey. Gotta be safe. Aglaya? Aglaya? Yeah, having 24 of us might be overkill, but I'm gonna use to yeah. I can't speak English. And use the restroom real quick. Okay. I wonder how far Rollo is from... I suspect a ways away. I'm gonna decide to leave Birdie here and do it by myself. Just in case by the time they get to the 24-man raids, I am way too tired to do them. And I'm confident that my tank position will get me a pretty fast queue. 30 fucking minutes, okay? Oh man, let's just average wait time more than 30 fucking minutes. That's fantastic. I suppose we'll just wait here for a bit. By a bit, I mean, that long.
Hold on. There was a party finder for it as well. Let me see. Never mind. The party finder is blind run off. Oh, their tanks are filled. Is it only tanks and healers queuing for it? Are DPS seriously the ones in need? Oh, let me switch to like Reaper or something like that. Oh, that would be a... Yeah, let me do that. Fucking hell! Yeah, it's DPS in need. Wow, I never expected the day would come when my DPS would have faster queues than my tank. But here we are. So let's go fight some gods, I guess. I never expected the day would come when my DPS would have faster queues than my tank would. He fell asleep at the keyboard. Waiting for his cue to come. Alright, I guess I'm doing this as Reaper. Aglaya. Alright. I'm thinking Aglaya.
So, you are resolved to face me.
Paragon. Okay. Oh, I should probably put that up. How many Reapers are in here? A bit.
Children of man.
Ow. Ow! Nope. Yes, no, maybe? Oh! Oh, I see. This will push us. Yeah, that wasn't safe. Wow. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't see where it was right. Actually, same. Yeah, okay, so I need to... Wow, that's a lot.
It's too late to make mercy.
What are these mechanics?
Bend the knee.
Okay, alright. Not everyone's here yet. So that's the pushback. Bird out to war. Sounds like a tank buster. There's a villain. We're gonna strike. So he's going to. Oh, I see. I get it. I still got hit in the wall, but I think I saw what was happening. That's. I got that. Hammers, they strike one way. I mean, of course, right? Strike like that. So that is on that platform. Which way is right on that one? Oh wait, no. I need to be pushed out of the AoE. Right. So stand in the AoE against better judgment. I think. Because the AoE takes a lot of the go off. Oh, but the strike itself doesn't. Whatever cards relative to him.
It's too late to make mercy.
Reproduce. I saw this mechanic earlier after I died. One of them's gonna be slow, the other ones are gonna be fast. Stand in the slow one first. Wait for the fast one to go. Then go. Tank Buster. Alright, he's gotta do this again. I'm going to... I think I know what to do for this now. I think I know what to do for this now. That one will be pushed that away. I'm gonna be on the ones that are gonna be pushed same way. I think. Or not. That works too. It happens again. Will we push that away, so it's like back here. Actually, no. Yes, because this one will push us in. Ah, too far in. Oh, I should have been in the middle actually, because the middle wasn't getting pushed at all. Yeah, you want to be on that end right there. Okay. Pretty confusing, but I think I got it. I need to turn off effects for players. I think it would be much easier to... I think it would be much easier to identify what I'm doing. Oh god. Bonk! Okay. To identify what I need to be doing, like not seeing constant contact happening. God damn it! Whatever, he's about to die. Might as well just come on.
If you put a halt on ascension, then press on.
Okay, so I think I got the mechanics on that one now. It's just...
Intriguing. Then the Destroyer shall take your measure. After you have provided my servant with some sword.
About to fight Rauger. That's a tough one. That first fight. Huh, I correctly guessed that. This is just a bad fight, right? So... That is some quick reflections there. Yeah, reflections. Quick reactions that you have to pull! Oh. God, you need to have some pretty good reflexes.
Ahead stands a statue I have fashioned for our contest.
Wow. This is really cool. This is a really cool arena to fight on. As obtuse as it is.
Come, show me the strength of man. On the ground.
Lightning rain. Oh, that's the party buster.
My authority is the destroyer.
All the way over here? Oh, fuck! Oh, come on. Oh, you can fall! Oh, I see! We were supposed to end off at a digit. don't know what determines left or right for that one. I've just been guessing it. I really have just been guessing it. But I really don't know what determines. Oh! What is that? What the hell was that? Everything else I thought I could read, but holy fuck. Actually, it's a shame, because I can't actually see the rest of the fight, the mechanics. But I had no faith, so that we would see much more than what we did. See, whenever arrows show up on the ground, it's normally a bad thing. So I didn't trust the arrows there. I really should have, though, because the arrows... Yeah, it was a pushback, right? So you're supposed to be pushed into the fingers. So you wouldn't fall off the fucking edge. Now, I don't know what determines left or right, though, is the real question. Where the big circle things. I should have pressed my turn off effect button. If I have glowing red, so we have to go to blue. Yes! I think that's it. It was glowing red, so we have to go to blue. If he does it again, he glows blue, then I know exactly where to go. supposed to be pushed back like this. Into the fingers. Yes! Oh, do I feel smart right now. Is he gonna glow blue? Tell me he glows blue. And then we withdraw it to red. Oh no, he points to it! He points to it, and then we dodge there. Ah, well. That's a triple tank buster. Alright, this is the one that tripped everybody up. Oh god. Pushback. Please! Oh my god. Oh my god, healing. How did I correctly guess the one I had to be in? Gonna do red, he's gonna do a blue. How did I get killed by that? Was there something after the meteor? Or something that I had to avoid? Oh, wait. Could have been from that initial meteor blast that killed me. Because I might have moved in too close. I don't know. Man, I feel kind of like a chump right now, but at the same time, it's new content, so I guess I shouldn't be too mad. Another fight? Oh no, it's just more ads. Yeah. I wouldn't have expected 2 fights back to back this early. This is a big I see. Oh. Maybe one of them is just slightly slower than the other. And we have to... Maybe the lioness is faster or something. Slower. Damn. Yeah. Lioness is slower. Oh no, what? They have marks on top of them, right. Okay. It's not whichever one, it's, they have marks on top of them. Okay. I didn't see the marks on them. They expect too many subtle fucking... They expect the players to see too many subtle, cues in a 24-man raid. Where your screen is guaranteed to be blinded. Alright.
You will be scoured by the light of the sun.
Ghostbusters? Okay. Oh fuck, what the fuck is... Okay, hold on.
Is it just a mirage?
Oh no, they're gonna kick them. They're gonna kick them. They're going to kick them. Wait, I'm sure of it. I'm positive of it. Yes! God, my brain is so big! Please. Those will probably beat the AoEs, yeah. Why are people going to... Oh, it's an explosion! It's gonna be an explosion! It's gotta be an explosion. Oh, yep, it is an explosion! An unavoidable one, too, from the looks of it. What? Excuse me? Oh, wait. Ow. Oh, okay.
This will burn.
Okay, that one's just kind of panicked. I gathered that much there. You have to pay attention to where they're at, because they'll make big explosions. Shuffle around and they make big explosions. Yeah, okay. Alright. I think this is just repeat mechanics. In this case, I can take this time to like properly study them. As opposed to try and do meditation at the same time as... Yeah. No, you know, no wonder why they want to simplify samurai.
Not untrained.
This shit's hard to read.
Is it just a mirage? Or something more?
Hyoming! So, I can fight maybe there. Okay. close in the middle, you don't have to run away from them. But you do not want to do that. Be in the one that she's that her there's hit, that I can take a slow fire away from you. Apparently where the chain starts. There's the chain. I don't know, I just kinda had to jump on my side there. This is the one where she right, panicked. Oh man. Bump the ball. Kick and then bump the ball. I'm gonna bump the ball eventually. Yes, she is. So all the way over here. I am definitely understanding way more than the other two. It's a lot easier to read. Readability is definitely big. No wonder why they simplified samurai, honestly. You have to pay attention to your rotation and shit that's not rotating as well. Like, in the background. No wonder why they go. I mean, Kaiten is a brainless thing to do anyways, but I can see where their philosophy of making jobs comes from. To make the content harder. Still stand by the issue that content is something more. You have to get content for something hard. You challenge them. If content's gonna mainly be like this, that's why I didn't want to set my job. I get to do it! I think I might want this, yeah.
I am Null, keeper of the realm of the living.
I am Thor, keeper of the realm of the dead.
I suppose that's why they call it false balls, huh? No fall.
Prepare to be judged, children of man.
They're gonna die. But also balls! above, flames below. In the fire. Yes! Big brain. Yeah, blowing balls around and educate. Blue again. Stand in fire, DPSI. No, it's red, it's red. Stand out of fire. Oh, he did a good old tricky on me. Dude, the music's so good. Holy fuck. That's at the... That's all tank stack. All tank stack on that one. As above, so below. Oh, why did it have to be me? I'm assuming this is a following alien. A lot of this is done by wall colors. Alright, I see what that does now. Fire. Oh. Staring directly at the sun, man. I was staring directly at the sun. Not like really, but like, yeah, no, I didn't understand what I was looking at because I was looking directly at it. Fired up. Oh, wait. Ah! Fired up 1, fired up 2. So fired up 1 is a, and fired up 3. So fired up 1 is a pushback. Fired up 2 is... Oh, it was 2 of them, right? 2 of them. Wait, yeah, fired up 2 is a pushback. Fired up 1 is a delay. Fired up 3 is
Very well. Let us proceed towards justice.
God's blessed this land to us.
Oh, it's just ad phase. Ad phase, but I'm assuming like have to be on the one that you're fighting. Whatever the case, anytime. Half the party, all of the DCS are dead, except for one. Scratch half the party, half the alliance is dead. Could they finish killing the ad? Oh. Oh, we need to do weights. Kill our ad and then we stay on our side, I think. Which means everybody needs to be alive. Or at the very least, everybody needs to be where they should be. Because otherwise, murder us. Yeah. Have to balance 24 fucking weights. No. 32 fucking weights. Hold on. We adjust to the ads, I think. We don't have a lot of time to do the balance. So... hold on. Trying to do it. I'm painfully trying to get back here. 6 on one side, 3 on one side. Unless I'm wrong about that, maybe it's 2 for the smaller ones. really good song. Yeah. That's 6. Add another 8 on top of that. 3. Add 6. Well, this is never gonna add up actually. Because if each add were actually 3, then we would end up with an odd number. Oh, weights. Whatever the case, prioritize staying alive. Turning red. Out. What? Fucking hell! I try to be helpful for 2 seconds. That's tank stacks. All the tank stacks are up. Red, so blues don't need to worry about the mechanics. Red's doing. So you have the stats. stay away. That's pushback. That's another pushback. They take on the appearance of. Oh. Okay. Over here. We gotta all be over here. Or no. Some of us over here. Some of us over here. Wait, no.
The moment of judgment.
All the ads on one side, then everybody else on the other side. Okay, I get it now. Okay, I think I get that now. The raid changed their strategy mid game, man. Seriously. Like actually though, because they were thinking of actually making it all balanced, and then they decided to keep all the ad weights on one side really late into the game. So I got really confused there. But now I think I get that mechanic. Okay. Now I think I'll be able to go through this fight without dying. Maybe. I think I got the majority of the mechanics down. Stand in the fire. Just two lamps going around. Then Breaker's just going to tank that. Okay. I still don't know what to properly do with this, other than just have people stay away from me. This is a blue mechanic, but we're never gonna be blue. So we've never been blue. That's a pushback. Woo! We did it! did it though. Thank God, finally we did it. So...
Well done! You are deserving of reward. Show us a we shall bring our all to death.
Fuck! It was blue. It was blue, and it turned red. Nah, that's fair. Fucking hell! Finally! That took us like an hour.
You have been found worthy.
Fucking hell, that took us like an hour. Like actually, I think. Man, that's more difficult than some of the other 24-man raids that we've ever had. Or at the very least more complicated. It's some level of like Orbot Monastery or something like that. Very enjoyable, but also like, holy shit, is it going to be one hell of a thing to explain? Let's see. I want that. Okay, never mind. Really? You gotta be kidding me. I get nothing. Okay, I might get a song. I got a song. I didn't get gear though. So. Oh my god, I'm going to calm the sage because of that limit break at the end. I was almost gonna calm nobody because it didn't really seem like anybody knew what they were doing. But I mean, obviously nobody knew what they were doing, right? But like, it didn't really seem like anybody like was prioritizing doing something. Or doing their jobs, they were prioritizing doing random shit or whatever, and trying to like look at the fight. What I'm trying to say is that I felt whatever. Whatever. I'm calming the stage because that limit break actually like saved us. It saved our asses so much. You're safe, thank goodness. Oh, I wolf. I rushed here as soon as I heard the tidings from Raha. Is it true? Beings claiming to be the 12 have appeared? Yeah, and they wanted my ass. You defeated them all? Incredible! I wouldn't say it was incredible. You should have seen it. It was not my finest display. I had no doubt that you would succeed, but I'm no less impressed for it. Ha 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 ha! Seldom have I felt such. Oh, okay. That auto plays.
To think that the day would come that we would put on an act for men. I must say, Breergut, you played the villain's role to perfection. Come now, Master. I merely did what was necessary to compel the mortals to confront us.
Still, it pained me to speak to our beloved children so unkindly. So you say, Azima, yet you seemed happy enough to fight for him. You did not forget the true purpose of the trial, I hope. Well, I couldn't help but be excited, and do not tell me you felt differently. Consider yourselves fortunate, children. 'Tis rare indeed to see not fall in such high spirits. What in the world is happening? Didn't you say you had defeated them? Did they manage to flee, or perhaps were resigned?
Put up your weapons. You have naught to fear from us. Rest assured, we are not summoned beings. We do not drain the land of ether, nor do we take men to our thrall.
But what of the gods who were summoned during the calamity? The ones Master Louis Swan called forth to protect the realm? That was not us, but a primal born of your fervent prayers for salvation. Indeed, that was the worst that the calamity was averted, and the realm restored in its aftermath was a direct testament to the power of your helps. Do you truly intend to rule the world?
Just as men harbor hopes, so too do we, gods. To realize our aspirations, 'tis essential that we do battle with you. Thus did I falsely claim that we sought to rule the world. 'Twas deceitful conduct, unworthy of a divinity, and I must apologize. Not only for that, but for using my power to do harm besides.
These hopes of yours, won't you tell us what they are? We cannot. If you wish to know the truth, you must discover it for yourselves. 'Tis not easy to move forward when there is seemingly no destination, but if you press on, you will eventually arrive at the answers you seek.
Aye, you will understand why we hold our peace, and far more besides. You will learn the truth of our existence. Go forth, immortals, and seek knowledge of us, and when the time is right, we shall meet again in this place.
As if hearing about your battling the 12 was shocking enough to have them appear before my very eyes. Suffice it to say, it's been an interesting day. While much about them remains shrouded in mystery, at least they seem open to reason, and considering our next step, I should very much like to hear your detailed account of them. Hell. Right after I have a word with our client, that is. Please, give me a moment to introduce myself, and then we can review the situation. Absolute nightmare, my encounter with him. Died many times. That I'm standing here in front of you is a miracle. It was fun, though. Greetings, I am Cryo, of the students of Baldician. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Derek, the explorer who sought aid in investigating this place? I am Derek. And this here is baby Opo Opo. Yes, I can see that. Doesn't it have a name? None that I know of, nor would I presume to bestow one, for that would be condescending. I see. That's very considerate of you. So, I understand you ventured to various phantom realms with Derek. Will you recount to me the experience? Hammers, blocks, a giant hand. So while the gods tested you sorely, you did not sense any malicious intent. As Beergod said, they wish to do battle with us, but it would seem they do not necessarily wish to cause us harm. Though much and more about this perplexes, perhaps it is safe to assume that they are not primates. As you may recall, Living Wade once told us that the art of summoning, as taught by the Asians, incorporates the fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Thus do the resultant primals seek to enthrall worshippers, who in turn seek to grow their ranks. But these beings appear to harbor no such desire. If they are primals, then they are unlike those that have been summoned in recent memory. We might suppose they were created in antiquity, in like manner to Heidland, but there is no way to prove it. Who could they be? And why did they desire battle with man? Even of your little Eorzea, you know, precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. To be fair, we don't really know much about them in the first place. Emmett Silk said so. Emmett Silk did say that, didn't he? By which we may assume he knew the truth, and challenged you to seek it out, too. Suffice to say, you do so, of course. It seems to be the case. Insofar as we can ascertain, this is a matter which has implications for the entire star. In light of this, the students of Aldician formally accept the commission. We will investigate the Phantom Realm and all the beings who call themselves the 12. I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you. Without further ado then, I will look around. There are a few things I'm curious about. With your permission, I will take myself around Eorzea and investigate the worship of those gods we encountered. Somnus, Derek, seeing as you have already seen this place, would you care to accompany me? By all means, in which case... Could you stay here with Cryle, my friend? It wouldn't do to leave a fair maiden alone. I shall be glad for the company. Take care then, and good luck. I'll break for the bathroom in a bit. So to explain my plan, it is believed that the 12 were already worshipped during the 3rd Astral Era, when the Allegan Empire flourished. Come the 5th Astral Era, those nations that fought in the War of the Magi each took one of the 12 as a guardian deity. This practice has continued to the present day in Eorzea, with some notable regional differences. For instance, the Skardians hold Helone as absolute, while Sharlayans enjoy a moderate relationship with Baliak. By visiting various locations in Eorzea and learning about the 12 as they are worshipped, I hope to identify any similarities or differences between them and the beings we encountered. In so doing, I believe we will draw closer to the truth of their identities. For our first destination, I propose we take ourselves to Rauger's Reach, a place is holy ground for worshippers of the Destroyer, and promises to yield useful details. I need to use the restroom, maybe? Again? I didn't drink. I'd like to point out that we've been here for about 7 hours. Oh, fuck. So this is probably, once I finish, I'll probably just, like, KO, honestly, because I've been awake since, like, 2 AM, so... Actually, no, even earlier than that, because I was awake before the patch came out for a couple of hours, just to download the patch and sort things out with my account. So I've been up for about, like, 10 hours after, like, a 4-hour nap, so definitely need a proper sleep. There you are, Somnus. This place served as the base of operations for your investigation into Omega, did it not? How delightful to be here together. If you don't mind my making an observation, it seems you enjoy traveling with company. I do. It's something I had dreamed for a long time. There's nothing like traveling with good friends. Do you normally travel alone? In my wanderings, I much prefer to have solitude. Not that I avoid people in communities, mind you. As a matter of fact, I've been here before, on the trail of the Phantom Realm. Now that I think of it. More often than not, those places where Phantom Realm sightings are known to occur have a tradition of 12 worship. Then I dare to hope that we are on the right track. As I'm sure you know, Rauga's Reach is home to the Temple of the Fist, the ancient headquarters of the Fist of Rauga. Raised by the Mad King Theodoric, the temple lay abandoned before the Almegan resistance claimed it for its operations. While I doubt that much literature has survived over the years, the people here may possess some knowledge of the local faith. So let's split up and make inquiries, and reconvene here afterwards to share findings. We just passed the 7-hour mark. Woot woot! Is that Joker? I'm gonna done that. Oh, but it's Insomnus! Is this man perchance a friend of yours? When last he visited, he shared with me the tales he heard on his journeys. And what amazing tales they were. If you have time, I'd love to hear both of your stories. Alas, we're in some haste. We're investigating the worship of Rauga and seek literature on this subject. Religious text and like. Can any still be found? Just about all of that is gone, sadly. Destroyed by the Empire, about the Mad King before that. But if we haven't lost everything, the mighty image of the Destroyer, the tales we share at the campfire, the legend of our nation's founding. We used to have these friends, and they were a source of great comfort and strength for us in our darkest moments. I see. If you don't mind, I would be obliged to hear your stories this time. Somnus, rest assured I have this well in hand. Please feel free to give me honest with me. Cute. I always think that all of those are cute, so like whenever I see one on screen, I'm just like, that's a cute character. It's a reflex I have. You read the words inscribed on the monument. The
Bloodstorm. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open, heavens weep. We've read this before in Stormblood, right? Yeah. Hell's open, heavens weep. For no one's soul doth fly beyond the measure of his reach. But once upon a time, Lys explained to you their meaning. That we must prepare ourselves for the striking star that will inevitably come. I need to finish this fast, fuck. Yes, if you have business, please make it quick. I'm due to meet with someone any moment now. Forgive me my delay! Oh. Well, if this isn't the adventurer who kindly escorted me to the Temple of the Fists, are you studying monks too, perchance? If so, you ought to work together with me and my colleague here. Few things are finer than joining heads with like-minded folk. Researching the worship of the Destroyer, you say? Why didn't you mention it sooner? All your notes? This is a copy of Destructivity, a scripture of the Fist of Rauger. The original is one of the few texts that survived the temple's razing. It was discovered by a monk named Wiedergelt. I went to the trouble of having this made for my colleague, only for her to say she doesn't need it, so I will offer it to you instead. Lest you forget, this is your passion, not mine. I am simply assisting you as a favor, and I'd like to thank you not to put us in danger. But danger is the crucible in which the monk tempers body and mind. So sublime monks. Well, we had best return to our work. Till next time, adventurer. Surprised they recognized me, honestly. I wore a very, very different outfit. It looked very different. That's one of the things that's kind of an anachronistic, well, not an anachronistic, but just kind of immersion breaking if you really start to think about it. Is the characters will recognize you even though the only time they've seen you is like with a helmet on or something like that. And then you take your helmet off for another glam, or you're like doing a different job. Or you just change up your style a little bit. And then they'll still recognize you. As if you just have an aura about you. Thomas, what were you able to learn? Some of these things. Can't be one of the scriptures, you say? A moment while I skim over it. I see. This chapter appears to be a record of the construction of the great image of Rauger, written in a style that suggests folklore was committed to parchment. When the deluge of the sixth umbral calamity threatened Eorzea, the ancestors of the Almegans were guided to safety by a comet. Believing that it was sent by Rauger, they came to hold him in the highest. This much of the tale I had been familiar with. But according to the scripture, among those refugees who followed the comet, some claim to have caught sight of Rauger himself. Their accounts were passed down through the centuries, and worshippers of the Destroyer pieced them together to give shape to yonder statue. I must say, it bears more than a passing resemblance to the being we encountered. were that Ralgo are primal, the explanation for the similarities would be simple. That is, the statue gives rise to a unified interpretation of Ralgo's appearance, which in turn lends form to the primal. However, this fails to account for what inspired the likeness in the first place. If the scripture is to be believed, it was the sightings during the 6th Umbral Calamity, and for those witnesses to be able to recognize Ralgo, they would have needed an agreed-upon idea of his appearance beforehand. If we then consider the history of the 12 worship, that is, already existed in the Third Astral Era, it would not be ridiculous to think that these divinities existed even prior to that. So the question is, did these beings give rise to their respective faiths? Or are they primals born of them? I thought we made it clear. We are not summoned beings. Hey, you ain't doing this in front of everybody, right? Oh. What? Auspices? Since time immemorial, our domains have lain scattered across Eorzea. As a matter of fact, one of those in which you set foot is nearby. It is not unusual for mortals to glimpse us. That voice! Could they be? Indeed! I am Birgut! And the hawk beside me is Ralgo. I shall elaborate upon my master's explanation. We must disguise ourselves when we wish to observe the world without for being seen in their true forms would violate our laws of conduct. Yet, though we similarly disguise our sanctums, veiling them in illusion, rents are known to manifest when the surrounding ether is unstable. In such time, should a gifted mortal chance to be near, they may inadvertently catch sight of us. Of course, during an umbral calamity, a fairy imbalance occurs on a star-wide scale. The ideal condition for seeing the Phantom Realm. Precisely how many times we have been seen, we ourselves have no way of knowing. But that is a sound assumption to make. Well, Birgut, I believe that much shall suffice by way of an apology for our deception, shall we? Indeed! That is all we are at liberty to review. Fare you well, children of man. So I suppose they are the real deal. Aside from their reticence when it concerns their identity and objective, these divinities are certainly approachable. Excuse me. If what they said was true, and the worship can be traced back to their sightings, it would prove to explain one thing. According to my research, in the field of comparative mythology, Ralgo is often observed to bear many similarities with Ramun, assuming both were inspired by the Ralgo of the Phantom Realm. Their divergence may be attributable to the differences in culture between man and sylph. So you believe that they gave rise to the prevailing faiths of Eorzea? Given available evidence, yes, I am inclined to. Yet none of this explains their presence. How and when did beings of such power come into existence? Oh, 'tis you, Cryle. Has something happened? Truly? Very well, I shall take care of it. Cryle has recruited an acquaintance to aid in our investigation, an authority on mythology. I must go and receive her at the sunken temple of Khan, where she is currently conducting field work, after a brief detour to prepare a little something. Conveniently, Fanaland is home to countless adherents to Nightfall. While I tend to business, may I ask the two of you to make inquiries in Uldar? Very well. Excellent. I will join you as soon as I am able by your leave. So, it's just to be... So, it's to be just, me, you and me. Oh. I suppose it can't be helped. What strange manners from one who proposed to the survey to so promptly abandon it. I'll not lie, I am not given to working one-on-one with another, but I suppose I agreed to this arrangement. Well, we'd best be on our way. As I recall, Milvanef Milvanef Sacrarium. Fuck these names, man. Oh man, I've completely forgotten how bad these names were to try and pronounce. Oh man. Why can't everything be named after weather patterns like cloud or lightning? As I recall, Milvanef Sacrarium is still closed for construction, so let us try our luck at Arzenef Ossuary. I'm not even gonna try anymore. You have no objection to traveling separately, I trust? Good. I shall see you in Uldar. Okay, no. Ah, we could just call it the fucking Thaumaturge Guild, my guy. I suppose I didn't have to read that, but still. It could also be that I'm very, very tired right now. Ah, you're here. Of the deific twins no far, here they worship Fall, who keeps the realm of the dead and weighs the worth of men's souls. In contrast, Nold keeps the world of the living and oversees their financial fortunes. Their names are borne by many a location and religious organizations, some extremely wealthy and powerful, exist to nurture faith in them. On the surface, it may seem strange that a hub of commerce such as Uldar could be home to such spiritual people, but it is actually quite logical when one considers that their religion is, in essence, commerce. In any event, Nordfall is a truly unusual divinity. What was originally held to be one god came to be worshipped as twins. Indeed, rather than two distinct entities, that which we encountered was a single being possessed of two personalities. Did I mishear? Did he say they encountered Nightfall? Oh. And while his appearance differs somewhat to the divinities worshipped, it cannot be denied that there are striking similarities in their nature. You might want to be a little more hush-hush about this, my guy. Perhaps we should avoid talking about that here. Forgive me. This is hardly a place for such conversation. Let us continue it elsewhere. Twas careless of me to openly speak of our encounter with a divinity within a place where he was where he is worshipped. Hereon, I shall exercise greater caution. I thank you for alerting me to my indiscretion and ask that you keep it between us. Now then, to finish our conversation, as I mentioned, though the Nightfall as worshipped by men appears somewhat different. There are undeniable similarities in their nature. I believe we may report this much to God here. With that, our work here is done. Rather than waiting for our companion to arrive, perhaps we might seek him out at the Second Temple. He mentioned the need to make a detour. Were we to set out now, we ought to be able to catch him. After all, we hardly know one another. Rather than loiter with an unfamiliar person, 'tis better to use our time productively, wouldn't you agree? Then let us head to the Sunken Temple of Khan at once. I can turn effects back on, by the way. Holy shit. Also, why did I avoid the enemy? It's not gonna aggro to me. You're here, thank goodness. I found this woman collapsed. Though I can see no obvious injuries, by her attire she appears to be some manner of skull. Water. Food. My bag, please. I see. Somnus, may I trouble you to find her bag? I will stand lookout in the meantime. So thirsty, so hungry. And here you go. There's probably like at least one drop in here. 2 gulps. Not enough food. I need food. I have not saved dried meat. Tough as leather. Do you have anything easier to consume? Eggs. Plenty of eggs. Will that work? Somnus! Derek! What are you doing here? Actually, that can wait. Steady, Snow Game. I brought you some Archon loaf and coffee, made sweet and creamy, just as you like it.
Ah, I am reborn, washed down with a sweet beverage. The life-giving nutrients of Archon love permeate my being from head to toe. Thank you, kind stranger. However you knew my preferred source of sustenance, you are truly a godsend. Oh, it's you, Raha. What brings you here? I don't recall mentioning my field work. It's for my research into the Beledians. Worship of Azima, you see. Haven't you heard from crime? The students are presently investigating the 12, and we would prevail upon your expertise. May I introduce Snowgame, expert mythologist. She is a collaborator of the students, and like many Australian scholars, is passionate about her endeavors to the point of forgetting to eat. Seeing as she has recovered, may I ask the two of you to tell her about the Phantom Realm? The 12 abide in the Phantom Realm, and you exchange not only words with them, but blows besides. Incredible! And your description of the domains, a thunderous tower in one of the sweltering city in another, are precisely as the heavens of lightning and fire are depicted in legend. In ancient times, worshippers of the 12 believed that there exist 7 heavens and 7 hells. Aetherology has since established that the departed souls return to the ethereal sea. But it seems those afterlife domains were more than just inventions of mortal imagination. As a pursuer of myths, I must say it feels somewhat anticlimactic to suddenly have these revelations given to me. But more than that, I'm dying to know more. Which is to say, please allow me to join your investigation. We would, of course, welcome your presence. Without further ado, then let us head back to Umphalos. Cryle waits us there. Oh, we're definitely going to call it once we're done with these quests. It's 7.5 hours in. Could you blame me? Welcome back, everyone, and welcome, Snowgame. I'm glad you can join us. Cryle, how delightful to see you again. I understand that you've been doing a fine job leading the students. But may I say, what a lovely place this is. At a glance, it appears to be the highest of the heavens of legend, the 7th heaven.
And oh, those aren't symbols representing the other heavens. I take it there's those are their respective gateways. I should like to pay them all a visit. For Snow Game's benefit, let us review what we have learned thus far, and thence deliberate the next step. The gods reappeared before us in Raga's reach. Though they were disguised as unassuming creatures, their laws forbid them from showing their true forms outside their realm. Yet in the event of the ambient ether becomes unstable, such as during a number of calamity, it is possible for the realm, and indeed the gods themselves, to be glimpsed by mortals. And such sightings, we believe, have given rise to the various faiths practiced around Eorzea. As we confirmed in Nordal, the Nordfall worshipped by people and the Nordfall we encountered have more similarities than they do differences. In the course of exploring the Umphalos, two things caught my attention. The first is the gate which lies in the innermost area. If each of the other 6 gates leads to an elementally aspected heaven, and we stand in the 7th heaven, as Snow Game says. What then lies beyond that last gate? The second is this monument. It harbors some manner of magic, unlike anything I've ever seen before. I will endeavor to decipher it, but it will take time. Divinities have existed since time immemorial, who abide in domains resembling the heavens of legend. Why have they chosen to reveal themselves to mortals seeking battle? Unless they favor us with more of their secrets, it would seem this monument holds the key to solving the mystery. Indeed, much and more yet lies beyond our understanding, but we'll keep chasing the truth together. As I'm sure you'll agree, though, this is trifle and tiring work, both mentally and physically. We need to pace ourselves. To which end, might I suggest we return to Revenant's Toll and have a rest before we embark on the next stage of our investigation? I'm gonna need a nap. after fighting 4 gods. That... yeah, no, they killed me many times. I'm gonna need a nap. Oh. Ah, more Graha food. Scene. So rarely do I get the chance to chat with colleagues. I had fairly forgotten what we felt like. Indeed, and it's quite fitting that we should be doing so here at the 7th Heaven. Fitting? That's an understatement if I've ever heard one. Oh, goodness. The 7th and highest of the heavens, which rules over the remaining 6, was right here in Mordona all this time. This isn't fitting, my friends. It's destiny. You are obviously well versed in the myths surrounding the heavens and heavens. If you don't mind, I should like to hear your thoughts on them. Investors stay on their research. It doesn't take much to stoke their passions. My apologies if it makes you uncomfortable. Having always traveled alone, I'm admittedly not too familiar with such a lively atmosphere. But I do not mislike it. By the way, the two of you arrived at the Sunken Temple rather quickly. Did something happen? We're just kind of done. Well, as pleasant as this has been, it's past time we return to the annex. The paperwork for the commission isn't going to complete itself, alas. Then I shall take myself to the Infernos. There's so much there that I'd like to see. And I believe I'll go for a walk nearby. It's getting a little warm in here. Alright, you take care now. Oh, Somnus, it's pleasant, isn't it? The smells and sound of a tavern. It makes one feel alive. And afterwards, stepping outside alone and breathing cool air. I like that just as much. While we wait developments, I shall remain here in Revenant's Hall. If there are any tidings, rest assured I will share them with you. Thank you for your help thus far. I doubt so much could have been accomplished without you. Oh man, we're finally done. My brain can't take anymore. I need to pass out. I need to pass out, man. I can't. I can't keep my head up anymore. So I'm going to go back to FC house or my house. FC house is cheaper. Let's go to FC house. I'll stop the stream here. Promptly go lay down and like die for a little while. So some announcements though. Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga came out. It's a game that Patrick and I have been excited for a while. And we're finally gonna play it together this weekend. Friday is gonna be the first stream. I'm making the stream yet at least. We're gonna be playing the co-op mode together. It's gonna be fun. It'll be just like we're 6 and playing Lego Star Wars Complete Saga. So, looking forward to that. And also, I might also stream me completing MSQ on Lizzie's, on Lizzie as well. But for now, I need to go pass out. I need to go die. Yeah.